The HCC Board of Trustee meetings will begin at 2 p.m. with the Committee of the Whole meeting, followed after at 4 p.m. by the regular HCC Board of Trustee meetings.
Good afternoon. The Committee of the Whole meeting for June 17, 2026 will now come to order at
2:02 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. We will now begin with topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item 8, approval of the unrestricted operating budget for fiscal year 2026-27?
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and second. Thank you for y'all's interest. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the unrestricted operating budget for fiscal year 2026-27 in the amount of $509.6 million. With your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the first presentation, which also includes all of the additional budgets, the restricted, the auxiliary capital budget, are all in this first presentation. But at the end of this presentation is the request for review and approval of the operating budget or the unrestricted budget. And so this is the unrestricted budget. We've gone through this a couple of times. I just want to kind of highlight a couple of things. So this is really an operating budget of $499 million this year. The additional $10.4 million is coming from fund balance, is strictly for the Connect to Workforce and the Houston Reconnect scholarship dollars. That $499 is significantly higher than the previous year, but remember that when we did our budgeting last year, we consistently cut the revenue numbers, which meant that we had to cut the staffing numbers. And so we really went into last year after having done a 10% kind of across the board cut. And then we went through the last 2 years essentially without increasing that budget, while our overall student enrollment has increased about 10%. So that's kind of impacted us. The other piece is that late last week, the coordinating board released what they called their almost final funding runs for next fiscal year. It has a couple of changes that are significant for us. The first is it cuts overall state funding for higher education for community colleges by 6.5%. And they're doing that because they did not do the supplemental appropriation that they did for the current year. It sounds like they're not going to do one for the next year. So system-wide, it was a 6.5% cut. But we also know that they did changes in credentials of value, so that some of the ones that we're particularly strong in, particularly associate's degree in biology, is no longer considered a credential value. And then they lowered those funding tiers, the overweights, by 20% for over 25, economically disadvantaged and academically disadvantaged. So the net effect for us was a little bit over a 12% cut year over year from the state funding side. We had planned for a portion of that in this budget, but it does leave us about $8.4 million of the state revenue number that we're going to have to make up. There are essentially two options to make that up. We can come back with a budget amendment to change the amount of ad valorem taxes, or we can scrub through the budget using our contingency plan and just manage that shortfall and hope that we make it up with tuition and fees. And with that, bit of happy news.
Thank you.
But it is an amount that we can manage. Yep.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions?
Yeah, question on that. Appreciate the presentation. Do we have the flex within the non-voter approved budgeting band for ad valorem taxes to make that up? Is that within the cards, or would that push us beyond the 8%?
No, it puts us well within it. Let me grab we actually ran a lot of the scenarios. You could do it a couple of ways, but to make up the full amount would be a take your tax rate from 0.09882 to 0.10286, which is still under the voter approval rate, and still under Lone Star unless they change theirs this year.
I guess one comment to close that up. I appreciate that context. It gives me a lot of comfort. We still have, in my opinion, a fairly conservative enrollment growth assumption in the budget. So one trustee's opinion, I'm comfortable with proceeding as is, knowing that we'll have to figure this out before we set the tax rate, because I expect that our revenue situation will be better on the tuition and fees side than is currently represented. So one trustee's opinion, I don't think it's necessary for us to scrub through the budget before we approve this, given the other puts and takes that we have built into what you've already pulled together. But I appreciate your hard work through this budget cycle and your explanation just now.
Trustees? Trustee Wilson?
I'm in receipt of the operational efficiency report I got this week, and it's an internal efficiency report. It's very well put together. It reads real well, and I like where it's headed. The only thing I would like to add to make sure happens next year for next year's budget, that it's a third party, and it's an external efficiency assessment. And that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
And I have it in my notes to put it on that's going to be one of the first items on the agenda in the August meeting. So,
That's appreciated, Madam Chair, because that's something we've been.
yeah, we've been asking for it, we've been waiting, and so
Okay, yeah.
that's something that we plan to go forward with, so thank you.
Madam,
Yes, Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth.
I appreciate the attempt to make up for the 8.4 million as a short-term answer for this, because we absolutely know that with Governor Abbott removing some of the credentials of value, that we will not be paid for. And we relied upon that as a statewide two-year institution legislative committee. We relied upon that to maintain us instead of contact hours. So if we're going to do this in the short term, and we can now expect another round of credentials of value being removed, the question is, what will be those credentials of value? And I think I need to ask one question to clarify. Was the other credential of value that was removed, was the business associate's degree?
No, it was psychology.
Talking about from the state part?
Yes.
Biology, psychology, arts and communication, and consumer arts were the areas that were most affected.
Though, how many credentials of value were removed?
Between 600 and 900. A total that earned in the different fields. Biology was by far the most affected. We award roughly half of the biology associate's degrees in the entire state because we are in the Texas Medical Center. So that is by far the one that is the most impactful for us.
Okay.
Excuse me, but this is coming from the higher ed, right?
Right. They changed
Yeah.
the credential of value methodology. A few board meetings ago, we
So
did
have we gotten a final from them, or are we awaiting for a final
that
from them?
That is final. What
Okay.
we don't know is how many will be. And basically, it was moving forward, so we could look in the past and see what happened, what would have happened in the past. Moving forward, we have looked at how we can mitigate the difference in credentials of value. So our hope, there would certainly be credentials of value that are impacted because those are high transfer pathways, and we need to make sure that our plans satisfy our partners' transfer requirements. But we've also looked at the ways we can mitigate the loss in credential of values as well.
Thank you. Trustee Vanderbilt?
Okay, so, Madam Chair, so we know this was the first round of, I would call them cuts, the first round of removals of credentials of value, particularly important to community colleges. The second round of removals is coming. It's definitely coming. Texas 2036 has been looking at a number of credentials of value that they may deem less necessary or not necessary. We don't know what those will be at this moment, but they will affect us for this budget cycle. So my concern is we're making this up by moving the needle on the ad valorem tax number, and that's a really good shortcut. I guess a short-term answer. The next question is, will we be able to move it again when we're faced with another round of these kinds of cuts for community college? My concern is that as we attempt to serve our constituents, these cuts are permanent, and they're moving in the wrong direction for us because we will lose funding. We've made extraordinary strides having the scholarships available for people to get the skills and trades and people to get the associate's degrees so that they would not be fiscally burdened. And now we are responsible for making up an $8.4 million shortfall for one round of credentials of value removal. And we absolutely know another round is coming. How will we deal with that in this budget? For the expenses that I'm looking at, I wholeheartedly agree with the compensation recommendation. I think that we have to do better for our staff and our full-time faculty. We did help our adjunct faculty before this round. We're going to increase it again. I think this was stellar. Out of all of the things that are mentioned in this budget, clearly this is the best thing because we needed to do this. I appreciate IT taking a reduction because every year IT would start at point A and end at point Z and ask for an additional $15 million a year. So kudos to IT to reduce their budget and move forward with something that will give us a streamlined, integrated technology focus and discipline that will make us more efficient, definitely will make us more efficient. I do have a question, and I am requesting a report, Madam Chair, a deferred maintenance report, which should be in PeopleSoft for 5 years. And that report, I would like to see for that report each year what we agreed to spend for deferred maintenance, what the projects were, how many projects were completed, what the dollar value was for those completed deferred maintenance projects, and which projects are ongoing and incomplete. Because we've not seen that kind of report to understand how deferred maintenance is moving. One of the challenges in deferred maintenance is the exigent, as was mentioned in this internal efficiency assessment. What's interesting to me about that is that the exigent expenses were taken out of deferred maintenance. That tells me that deferred maintenance and exigent expenses need to be two totally different things. So exigent is any kind of emergency or short-term need that we've got to fix if we have a hurricane, if we have a flood, if we have a windstorm. But that funding should be a separate fund and not impacting the deferred maintenance fund. So in this report, it impacts the deferred maintenance fund. And so exigent funding should be separate. From a state point of view, I am very concerned that we continue to increase our budget when other colleges and institutions are decreasing their budget. When an institution like Baylor University has severe cuts to maintain their budget commitments, that's concerning to me because clearly they have a whole lot more money than we do. So I am concerned that every year, even though the departments did an amazing job at giving back 10%, that was tough to do. That was extremely difficult to do for these departments, and they did it. But we were still asked for an increased budget. So the 10% cut really had no effect.
Thank you.
Somewhere, all the funding was somewhere else. So I would say to you all.
Thank you.
I think that I will say to you all, Madam Chair, you and I had this discussion of what I think we should do. I'm seeing that that's not going to happen. So I'm going to leave my comments with what's going to happen next when we're faced with another round of cuts from the state.
Thank you.
And I do need to see that report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. There's no further questions,
Madam Chair,
comments?
sorry, can I just be really brief? I am really, really concerned about the biology credential of value, seeing as how we give half the credentials in the state. That's incredible. And it's incredibly important to this trustee that we be doing everything we can behind the scenes with the legislature to give them the information, because we are seeing a situation right now where visa fees are going up. So that means the medical personnel in the medical center are going to be scarce, and we can't even give, a biology degree, which can lead to a medical degree, isn't even being counted as a credential of value. You would think that that would be encouraged at this point. So it is critical for me. I have never seen this problem where it feels like our voice is not being heard in the legislature. And it is incredibly important to me that we be behind the scenes talking to the people making these decisions to tell them specifically how this impacts HCC, and that you utilize us as trustees and our connections to make sure that those messages are heard, because this is a huge, it feels almost targeted to us since we give so many biology degrees. And that is incredibly concerning to me, because we have always in the past had a good relationship with the legislature, and that is critical to continue. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we were hearing the other comments, I was thinking of our TASB and Community College Association, how we need to, reach out to them and be the voice also, because they're up there, they're the ones at the meetings representing us. So I think we're all in agreement that education has been taking a hit throughout the state, and it's time for us to speak up and let them know. So thank you.
And I strongly agree with you because, I minored in biology, and it made a big difference in my life. And for us to be that big and huge when it comes to issuing biology degrees, I think we need to jump on it, even to the point where we need to speak with our local representatives. We just can't rely on Ramel to do it by himself.
Right.
We're like, we have to join in and help make it happen for our college.
Agree. Yes, Chancellor.
I'd like for Dr. Young to talk about what is being voiced at the state level as well.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, members of the board. Your points are taken very well. In fact, during the policy meetings with Texas Association of Business, Texas Association of Community Colleges, and others, our peers, we should have a letter by the end of this week with regard to the changes, the weight changes, the caps. HCC and other community colleges have performed well under the funding model under HB8, so much so that we have, I'll say, broken the bank. There is not sufficient revenue to cover all the success that we've had. And so one might conclude that the ball has moved when we've met the standards. But notwithstanding that, the push is to do exactly what you're talking about, to approach the legislature with a message that says, hey, look, we've complied with the law, we've earned the credentials of value, and seek to have those dollars appropriated. One thing that I believe is going to be critically important is for next legislative session is ensuring that there's adequate funding for the funding model, the outcomes-based funding model. It should be the key principled item for community colleges in the next legislative session. There are talks about even, and this is intel, and so this is not a formal report, this is intel, and we've experienced this before where there's a call to reduce your budgets by 5% across the board at the beginning of a legislative session. So that's a real possibility. But those talks and letters are going to be going out to our legislative delegations throughout the state with regard to the weight changes and the adverse impact that it's caused upon community colleges from a funding standpoint.
Right.
Just wanted to provide that to you.
Dr. Young, can you forward those to us so we can have those talking points when we speak to the representatives that we know?
Yes, and again, we talked about that this week across the state, and we anticipate having something in writing by the end of the week. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
really
ma'am.
appreciate Dr. Young's comments. And I want to say that we can't possibly break the bank of the state of Texas. It's the 5th largest economy in the world. At the very least, the tax revenue that we take in every month, the very least amount, is more than $1.2 billion. For the holiday season, it's $4 billion. We can't break their bank. They have it. But education is not the top priority. If biology degrees have been removed and the federal government, the president has stated that nursing degrees are no longer considered professional degrees, then nursing is next. I think we've got to really pay attention to what direction these not so casual conversations are going in. And this is concerning because we did well as community colleges across this state. We did extraordinarily well. And the result is cuts. And that's something we have to look at budget-wise. When they cut, we've got to constrain. We're going to face a very serious shortfall. 8.4 million may not be bad, but if they come back and there's a 10.4 million, we are going to start having to deal with fund balance issues. And we've done very well managing, but the intent is not to fund education, not to the tune where we have produced as was required. And the response is cuts. So that is my concern. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Seeing there's no more questions, we're now ready to vote on item A, approval of the unrestricted operating budget for the fiscal year 2026-2027. Voting is now open.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received.
Sharon, that's no for me.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Thank you.
Just one quick question, Madam Chair. There was some issue with the vote counting, I
yeah.
think.
I received it.
Okay.
Yes.
I think she
Because
received,
mine kept popping up and out.
yeah, mine's too, but I think she received everybody's
Yeah, they're
except,
up on the screen
I mean,
now,
she
but
received
I
everybody's.
did
So 7
capture them.
to 1.
But we, if you all like, we can, let me clear it, and then if we could revote, and then that way we're capturing your.
Yeah, because they keep popping up.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Sharon, my vote remains unchanged.
Received. Trustee Wilson?
Had to vote again.
We have to revote because it didn't come up. Thank you. Is that our IT? Thank you.
Thank you. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. The next, item B, is there a motion to approve item B?
So moved.
Second.
Wait. Approval of restricted budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. Thank you. It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the restricted budget for fiscal year 2026-27 in the amount of $177.3 million and allow the Chancellor or designee to increase the restricted budget amount as funding sources provide additional support for programs. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. McCracken.
Thank you. And this is the restricted budget we've discussed. The only real change is you see an increase really driven by student enrollment driving the increase in the Pell Grants.
Thank you.
Does this budget reflect the $17 million that we just received from
It does
Bloomberg
not.
Philanthropy? So how would that factor into this going forward?
So once all that paperwork is all done, then that gets added to this. Essentially, when you look in these approval items for the restricted budget, as the contracts are approved by the Chancellor and the board, then because they're restricted kind of dollar for dollar items, they would just get added as part of that approval.
Is that a budget amendment then, or is that an amendment, or does it just kind of flow?
No, it just goes as part of the approval item for the contract.
Okay.
So when we receive the new grant, it improves the grant. And I believe there's wording in the action item. In the opening sentence, and allow the Chancellor or designee to increase the restricted budget amount as funding sources provide additional support for programs. It's
Gotcha.
included
Okay.
in the action item.
Perfect, thank you. And we're going to talk about this later, but congrats to everybody in advance on that amazing accomplishment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the approval of restricted budget for fiscal year 2026-27. Voting is now open.
Sharon,
my
that's yes
vote
for
is
me.
yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, trustees. Is there a motion to approve item C, approval of the auxiliary budget for fiscal year 26-27?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the auxiliary budget for fiscal year 2026-27, fiscal year 27, in the amount of $10.9 million. With your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. And this auxiliary budget we've discussed before, there's no real changes in this from prior years, other than some increases driven by the increased enrollment.
Any questions? I think you've done a good job of explaining them to us, and so if none, voting is now open for approval of the auxiliary budget for fiscal year 26-27.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Trustees, item D, approval of the capital and technology plan budget for fiscal year 26-27.
So moved. Second.
Been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the proposed capital and technology budget for fiscal year 2027 in the amount of $11.1 million. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. And we've discussed this item before. The first several items on the list are related to the IT replacement cycle. The items below are things like alarm systems, cameras, security network, security gear, and then instructional equipment.
Trustees, any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say thank you to IT for reducing their budget. Every year that there has been a request to increase, usually from fund balance. This year, it's definitely more conservative, and I definitely appreciate the effort that was put into this capital technology plan. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, team. We're now ready to vote. Voting is now open.
Sharon,
Item
that's yes
D.
for me.
Received.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received.
Sharon, did my vote come through because it flashed and went away?
Yes, it did come through.
All right.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Trustees. And you know that a yes vote is a vote for the students and a vote for the college. So thank you, trustees.
Thank you.
Hey, is there a motion to approve item E, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for April 2026?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the investment, provide financial statement, of course, and budget review for April 2026. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will respond to questions.
Thank you, and I'll be very brief on this. So we're essentially, with these financials, 3/4 of the year through, 3/4 of the way through the year. And so when you look at the numbers, they align pretty well with that kind of projection in terms of spending in particular. We also take a look at our days cash on hand on a regular basis. Our policy requirement is that we maintain 180 days of it. And we also have to look forward to that days cash on hand requirement goes up a little bit as the budget goes up a little bit. And so right now, we actually have 219 days cash on hand. And if we projected that into this kind of same time period with the same dollar values with the new budget for next year, it would be 204 days. So we're still well within that range. The other kind of thing just keep an eye on is we have been rotating our available investments into longer term investments as we were anticipating rates declining. We'll have to see, they've kind of flattened out to see what happens with that. But essentially since January, the percentage of our holdings that are in kind of long-term holdings has gone from 41% up to 52%. And our average, weighted average maturity is up from 333 days, slightly less than a year, to about 432. So we are invested a little bit long. So if interest rates go down, we're in great shape. If they go up dramatically, we may be a little bit behind. But we've kind of locked in those rates.
Thank you. Questions, trustees? Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the item E, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for April 2026.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Item F, approval for fiscal year 2026 budget amendment 1.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the administration's request to amend the fiscal year 26 budget and allocate $16.4 million for essential one-time items that benefit students and to support critical infrastructure. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. So this is the current fiscal year. Remember when we lowered the revenue budget at the beginning of the current fiscal year, we also had to lower the expense budget so that it was balanced. We cannot spend beyond what is in that expense budget. And so this is, this item and the next are requests for the board's consideration and approval to allocate that additional revenue to some expenditures that we think are valuable and can be invested in now, as opposed to just rolling that money back directly into the fund balance. The first budget amendment covers student services expansion at Eastside, biology lab, instructional equipment, some parking lot and garage repairs, $7 million for deferred maintenance, setting aside some money for that year-end GASB adjustment related to employee pension benefits and health benefits as they do that accounting entry at the end of the year. And also some classroom and lab enhancements across the system, but that last bit is also a contingency in case the final revenue number comes in slightly below where we project. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, questions?
Madam, can you expand a little on the student services? What is
I
that?
can, and I would ask Dr. Villagrán Glover. It's mostly at Eastside.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question, Trustee, Chancellor, Chair, and Board of Trustees. What we're trying to do at Eastside is particularly when it comes to students, it doesn't matter what door they enter, whether there be continuing education, credit, workforce. So we want to provide a kind of holistic approach to our entrance to our students. Right now, the way that student services is configured, it's really fragmented. Our continuing education students have to go to another building. Often they come into the main Porcarello building and we have to tell them, well, no, continuing education is over here. So kind of bring everybody together. We also have financial aid with us. We have career services upstairs. So we build that one door approach to our student support services.
And is that a change that will be sustainable with this budget that we just approved?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's already rolled into that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Questions? Yes. Trustee Sheben.
Mr. McCracken, could you speak a bit to the year-end GASB benefit allocation? Like, it's weird to me that something like that would be in a budget amendment. Was that a miss in the original estimate? Did this get squeezed out because we were spending on students and faculty? Like, what happened there?
Yeah, no, it's always in there. This is one of those numbers we get in September as the state reconciles their books. So then essentially they push out their revised actuarial values for all of their accounts. And then on our books, we have to make an adjustment to match it. And so while that's included in there, what we have seen is that number has yo-yoed. And last year it was actually a credit. And so we're expecting this year that it would go the opposite year, but this year's budget was already approved before we get the final number, so we're kind of operating a year behind. So we're anticipating it's going to swing the opposite direction.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. On that biology lab, are we looking at one campus, several campuses, or what?
That is actually a specific lab at North Forest that is a small lab, and it needs, basically we need to take the room next to it to expand the size of that lab because it doesn't hold the standard numbers. I think it's limited at 12 students right now.
So can we look at, when we're doing labs, can we look at multi-use labs? So it's not just for one program, but if there's other programs that come in, that they can use them as well?
We can, and that's actually one of the things that the chancellor has been talking about when we're talking about program alignment. And in particular, some of these workforce labs, because oftentimes it's the same equipment that can be used for multiple, and to Dr. Stallworth's point earlier, we're not in an environment where we can necessarily have one of everything. We may need to have one that's used for many things.
Right. Yeah, she brought that up as well, so thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because multi-use labs work very well for community college environments. And it can be used for chemistry, for physics, and for healthcare. So a multi-use lab would be fantastic for each of the colleges, the main sites. It would be easier for our students, and it would be definitely beneficial for us to grow the enrollment in healthcare, in science, and engineering. So thank you for that, yes.
Thank you. And that will help us increase our biologies. Even though we're hearing no on the other side, on our end, we're going to make sure that we have all that we have available to increase that program.
That's right. And biology remains kind of a gateway course to all of those
That's
healthcare
right.
professions.
That's right. So thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, then we're ready to approve the budget amendment number 1. We're ready to vote.
That's yes for me, Sharon.
Received.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you, trustees. Is there a motion to approve item G, approval of FY 2026 budget amendment number 2?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the request to amend the fiscal year 2026 budget and reallocate $10 million for the Enterprise Resource Planning System transition. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. This is the second half of the amendment that we had discussed in May. There was a lot of discussion around this, so we had separated out as a separate item because it did seem distinct. And so this is to set aside $10 million into the capital budget for the Enterprise Resource Planning software migration upgrade. That product has not been selected yet. That solicitation is ongoing. But this is to set aside those funds, a portion of the funds that we know that we're going to need while we have the opportunity to do it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm glad to see that we've finally arrived at the point that we have to look at the way that we have done our enterprise management systems, upgrading and changing the current system will definitely allow us to streamline, which it will also allow us in the long run to save a lot of money. So I'm glad to see this. I've asked a lot of questions of Bob McCracken about how we look at managing in terms of an enterprise system. So this is definitely a step in the right direction, not only for efficiency, but for finance. So it's a way for us to better manage our operations, our student services, our finance, our accounting. And I'm very glad to see this. And I'm glad that he answered all of the questions that I had, because my questions were not easy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob McCracken.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson.
I realize that things come up and you need to change, but when you have an amendment to a budget, that means we didn't do a good job on the front end when we prepared our budget last year. And using this as kind of a patching or spending money that we didn't budget properly is somewhat of a worrisome path where we could be going down with all of these amendments, which I think that we should be focused more on the front end and getting this budget nailed down to the penny and making sure it's efficient, there's no fat in it, and we don't have to come back with amendments.
Noted. Any other questions? None? Now voting, we're now ready to vote on item G, approval of FY 2026 budget amendment number 2.
That's yes for me, Sharon.
Received.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you.
We're on a roll. Because we're on national stage, you know, we're on world stage. We got world visitors out here and they're all tuning into HCC. Is there a motion to approve item H, adopt board self-assessment instrument for 2025-2026?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item. But it's ours doing. So trustees, this is our assessment of ourselves that we're going to be, so we want to know, are you ready for us to do another self-assessment? And we have ACCT that's going to come in and work with us in July and August. So all we need is for your approval, if that's what you want. Okay? Questions? Okay. If there are no questions, then we ready to vote? Is it an action item? It's an action item.
Sharon, my vote is
So now
yes.
ready to vote.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Item I,
Going on.
is there a motion to approve item I, adopt Chancellor's Performance Evaluation Instrument for 2025-2026?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second, and I introduced the item. So again, this is ACCT will be working with us, and we'll go over the Chancellor's Performance Evaluation Instrument. And so we do that in the month of August when we have our retreat. So trustees, any questions on that? No? Okay, then we are ready to vote on item I.
And Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received.
That's Ronaldo calling me. Wishful thinking.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Well, trustees, thank you. I know that you're very, very busy, and but thank you for doing the committee of the whole. So then we'll take a break, and then we're ready to start the next meeting for the board. Yes.
On item H, the public might be surprised, but in the board self-assessment, we assessed ourselves very highly.
Well, because we're really good.
No, in all seriousness, this is the boards I've worked on. This is a better board, the best board I've been on, and I think this board represents the school very well.
Come a long ways. Thank you. Thank you, board. We have a good team, so thank you. The meeting of the committee of the whole is hereby adjourned at
2:51 p.m.
Good afternoon. This regular meeting will now come to order on June 17, 2026 at
4:00 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Let us remember in our thoughts and prayers all those who have lost loved ones. At this time, please join Trustee Renee Patterson for prayer followed by the pledges. Please stand.
Will you please bow your heads? Most gracious and heavenly Father, we come to you this evening thanking you for your grace, your mercy, and for the opportunity to gather in service. Lord, we ask that you bless this college, our students, faculty, staff, administration, and board of trustees. Grant us wisdom, unity, and discernment as we make decisions that impact the lives of those we serve. Cover our students as they pursue their goals, strengthen our facility, strengthen our faculty and the staff in their work, and continue to guide this institution in fulfilling its mission. Lord, let your presence be with us throughout this meeting. Order our steps, direct our thoughts, and let all that we do bring honor to you and benefit to our community. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
Thank you. We're now ready to approve the minutes from the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, Audit Committee, Board Governance Committee, and External Relations Committee meetings on May 6, 2026, and regular meetings on May 20, 2026. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for May?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and second. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Trustees? Okay. So now we're ready to vote on the approval of the minutes for May 2026.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Received.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. We'll now move to our awards, presentations, and recognitions. Todd Duplantis will introduce the recognitions.
Good afternoon. At this time, we now invite Sarah Schlutger, Director of Program Management for Qualcomm's Global Ecosystem Development Group, would join the trustees and chancellor in front of the dais for a check presentation, along with Dr. Andrea Burridge, Vice Chancellor, Strategy PIE, Dr. Maya Dernovo, Associate Vice Chancellor for Entrepreneurship, Christina Perez, Senior Development Director for the HCC Foundation, and any HCC board members present. We're pleased to announce a gift of the amount of $35,000 presented by Qualcomm in support of innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity through HCC's Inventors Patent Academy. like to thank Qualcomm for supporting the innovation and entrepreneurship efforts. Trustees and Chancellor, you may now return to the dais. And at this time, we now invite Ms. Christina Perez to the podium for remarks on the Qualcomm check presentation.
Thank you, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Chancellor Ford Fisher. It is my privilege to recognize Qualcomm and express our sincere gratitude for their generous investment of $35,000 in support of innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity through HCC's The Inventors Patent Academy, referred as TIPA. Qualcomm's support will help expand access to patent education for aspiring inventors, entrepreneurs, and students, and small business owners throughout our region. This investment will support additional Patent Academy cohorts, executive education programs, and the Protect Your Property Conference, connecting participants with experts and resources that help turn ideas into marketable products and services. Since its launch, TIPA has engaged thousands of innovators seeking to protect their intellectual property and bring new ideas to life. Qualcomm's partnership helps strengthen a culture of innovation while creating pathways to entrepreneurship, business growth, and economic mobility across our community. Thank you, Qualcomm, for your commitment to empowering the next generation of inventors and innovators. It is now my pleasure to invite Sarah Schlutger from Qualcomm to the podium for a few remarks.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Laredo, Trustees, and Dr. Ford Fisher. On behalf of Qualcomm, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We're proud to partner with Houston City College and the Houston City College Foundation in support of the Inventors Patent Academy. As a 40-year-old startup, we learned that every breakthrough begins with a spark. An idea, a persistent question, a moment of curiosity, and TIPA turns that spark into an opportunity to introduce students, entrepreneurs, small businesses, and owners to intellectual property and the tools to protect and advance their ideas. As we celebrate the nation's 250th birthday, we continue to innovate in 6G and AI advancements, recognizing the power of patents to promote innovation and progress. With the right knowledge and support, ideas don't just stay on paper, they become solutions, businesses, and breakthroughs that shape our world. We're honored to support HCC in strengthening Houston's innovation ecosystem and inspiring the next generation of inventors. Thank you for including Qualcomm in this important work.
Madam Chair, if I may, to Qualcomm, thank you for your donation. Your generosity is making a lasting impact and changing lives for the better every day. So thank you. We appreciate your donation. Thank you.
Now, at this time, we'd like to pause in recognition of Juneteenth, which we celebrated on Friday, June 19th. We are pleased to welcome to the podium Dr. Antrice Baget for this recognition.
Good afternoon, HCC board members, Chancellor Ford Fisher, and all those in attendance physically and virtually. Thank you for taking the time to join us in recognizing Juneteenth. Juneteenth holds a special significance in our nation's history, and I am grateful for the opportunity to participate in this project. Special thanks to the HCC studio team and to our department chair, Dr. Melinda Mejia, for producing and editing this video. Please enjoy the video. Federal troops arrived in Galveston, Texas. Their purpose was to enforce the Emancipation Proclamation, which ensured all enslaved African Americans in Texas are free. This historic moment occurred 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was signed on January 1st, 1863 by President Abraham Lincoln, a military decision that changed the tide of the Civil War. This military history matters. It is the reason Juneteenth has never been simply a celebration. It is a declaration, a demand, a reminder that progress does not move forward on its own. It requires action, accountability, and people willing to push the country closer to its ideals. This legacy lives on at Houston City College each day. Each first-generation student who balances work and school, each parent returning to the classroom after years away, and each veteran, immigrant, and entrepreneur in our classrooms are making good on that promise of freedom. They are achieving through educational pathways. So today, we honor educational leaders who understand that one of the powerful ways to secure freedom is through educational access, opportunity, and empowerment. We honor Texans like Opal Lee, whose advocacy helped make Juneteenth a federal holiday, and Houston's own Barbara Jordan, whose leadership showed generations what courage and public service looks like. And we are proud to recognize our Chancellor, Dr. Ford Fisher, whose leadership and numerous recognitions and Lifetime Achievement Awards continue that legacy of access, impact, and empowerment in Houston, nationally and globally. Every June, Houston comes alive with Juneteenth celebrations that reflect the resilience, pride, and hope of our communities. As we join in these celebrations, let us also recommit ourselves to ensuring that freedom is matched by access, equity, and opportunity for every student we serve. Happy Juneteenth to our entire Houston City College community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bagé. Madam Chair, this concludes the awards, presentations, and recognitions.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. At this time, we're doing our chair reports, district reports. So we open the floor for trustees to provide information regarding activities in their respective districts, overview from conferences, workshops attended, and/or recognize individuals for outstanding contributions in the community that promote education community service. We ask trustees to please limit to no more than 2 minutes. Thank you. We'll start on this end.
I pass.
Miss? Trustee Robinson?
Patterson.
Patterson. I don't know. I like you as Pat Robinson. Patterson.
But I'm
Johnson.
Patterson. I'm Patterson.
Renee. Miss Renee.
Yes. So I don't necessarily have a district report, but I would like to report and show my gratitude and appreciation for this institution, for Dr. Drain, those involved in the online college. My son graduated from Fisk University on May 3rd. He majored in data science. He has been offered a position with AT&T as a cybersecurity analyst, and he starts on Monday. And there was one class that he needed in order to graduate, and it was not offered at Fisk, but it was offered at HCC. And so I am extremely grateful for this college, for all of those that assisted Walter in being able to finish off, that class and be able to graduate. And if I sound a little out of breath or just nervous, just understand. My family has a lot going on right now. I ask that you keep us in prayer. He didn't even really interview, but they called him about the position on Thursday. He was offered the position on Friday. We celebrated him this weekend, and he starts his job on Monday, the 22nd. So I want to say thank you. If it were not for this institution, he probably would still be in Nashville waiting to take the class. And so I just want to express again my gratitude. And I definitely ask that you keep us in prayer as I send my baby off once again. But thank you.
Just briefly, I wanted to talk about two partnerships. One is with the Dynamo. Trustee Laredo and I, the chair, attended the Dynamo event, which was lovely. It was just lovely. They had 3 players there who actually had a panel and talked about their experiences in education. 2 of them had degrees. One of them was almost done. One was from Houston. They were just so lovely. They were so lovely to host us. There were a bunch of people there, a bunch of young people listening, getting soccer balls signed. It was just a lovely event and a partnership that I think really matters if we are really hoping to meet people where they are. And, there's a huge interest in soccer from the Latino community, especially, and seeing them there was just so inspiring. And it was just such a lovely event. The second one was the signing of the memorandum with Space Center Houston, which was also just wonderful to meet all the folks there, to have them see us, meet us, see how we can collaborate. Everybody there was just so lovely and so excited about this opportunity. The head of education programs was there, who was also wonderful. And it was just a really nice little event and just a really exciting partnership going forward. And just personally, I now have 2 of my 3 children are now HCC students. So I am personally also very, very grateful for HCC and what we do for the community. So thank you.
I've got a few quick highlights again on partnerships in the community. First, wanted to congratulate the folks working on the Tesla partnership out at Stafford for the start of their second cohort. Over 250 students started their journey with us and into Tesla this week. That builds on the 12 that graduated at a ceremony just about a month ago. So it's really exciting to see that program scale up so quickly. So I see Dr. Tobin in the back, so congratulations to her and her team, and also to Dr. Webster and his team down at Stafford for really knocking that one out of the park. I was also honored to be included in a session with Bollinger Shipyards at West Loop earlier this week. They came in from Louisiana to do a job fair, which included on-the-spot interviews. It was NOAA raining outside, but that did not deter our students from showing up. And we debriefed with the Bollinger team afterwards, and they were incredibly filled with the talent that they were able to talk to and are chomping at the bit for more. Third opportunity I wanted to highlight is I had an opportunity to spend some time with Dr. Fortune and her team at Northeast and with Houston Public Works earlier this week, talking about workforce and partnership opportunities there. Had a really mind-blowing tour of the CDL program. That was my first time seeing it, and I was just blown away by the simulators and the quality of the staff and the energy of the students that we saw. I think Houston Public Works was equally blown away by what they saw, and just really excited to see not only how this partnership between our two entities can blossom, but how we can help Houston Public Works as they keep Houston working. Finally, I want to rise to a point of personal privilege. Colleagues, I'd like to bring to the board's attention an opportunity to recognize the outstanding leadership and service of Board Chair Eva Laredo. The Association of Community College Trustees, ACCT, is accepting nominations for the 2026 Trustee Leadership Award, and the nomination deadline is Monday, June 22nd, 2026. I would like to request the board's support in submitting a nomination on behalf of Chair Laredo in recognition of her dedication, leadership, and contributions to our institution and community college governance. To meet the ACCT deadline, I am requesting that the nomination materials be submitted along with a letter of support. Because the nomination deadline precedes our next regular board meeting, the letter of support would be submitted with the nomination and then presented to the board for formal ratification at the regular board meeting in August. I respectfully ask for the board's consideration and support for this nomination so that Chair Laredo may be recognized for her exemplary service and leadership. Thank you.
I don't have a report, but I will second that. What Sean read.
Thank you.
Yeah, I noticed that Trustee Laredo didn't cut off Trustee Cheeman when he was speaking.
I was so excited I didn't even look at the clock.
Anyway, this month I had an opportunity to attend the business entrepreneurial competition that was held out at the Hayes campus at West Houston Institute. That was interesting to see entrepreneurs of the future coming forward and presenting their business plans and what they're doing and what our program is doing to promote that. That was a great. And one of the main sponsors of that was Qualcomm. They were a sponsor of that, and it was great to have that. Also, I had the opportunity to go to the the Katy campus, and the Katy Chamber of Commerce held a forum, and Mike Schofield narrated it, and Jay Neal with the University of Houston and Dr. Ken Tidwell with Houston City College represented us in the forum, and he did an exceptional job and presented the college in a very positive light. It was a great meeting there, and it was basically how we can work together in partnerships out in the Katy area. And I'm done.
Thank
Don't
you.
cut me off. I got 9.
You can use your 9 seconds. Thank you. Also, I want to thank my board also because, you can't have a leader if you don't have a team with you. And so I thank them because, I do this with all of us as a team. So thank you for the recognition. Also, I want to also thank our veterans. In May, the last weekend of May, I had the opportunity to join my brother with the honors flight. And they took a group of veterans from Vietnam, and it was their welcome home. So my brother was one of the ones selected. In fact, my 3 brothers were selected, but 2 of them went on before, went on to heaven. So I went with the one brother here. And so it was a wonderful, wonderful experience going to Washington and everywhere through the airport, in and out, people would stop and say thank you. And so it was very touching. But we had a veteran that hadn't made it on this trip. They go by segments. So they thought they had finished all of World War II, all of Korea, and now they were doing Vietnam. And then they'll go to the next groups. So there was this one gentleman that he insisted on going, 101 years old, World War II veteran. He was a hoot. He had a story, and he was like, wow, lives by himself in an old bank building, and he was like, oh my God. So I said, gee, it really made it worthwhile. And so again, I just think that I had the opportunity to go and do that. Also, Last week, I went to the Women's Veterans of Texas. They celebrated at City Hall. So again, thank you and a salute to our women veterans. Also, I went to some MOUs, and we have one here. I know the chancellor is going to mention that partnership. And but it's always great to go out there and represent our board and represent our community. And again, it's all about the students, and we couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you all for all that you do. So thank you. At this time, we have there's no board meeting scheduled for the month of July. The following meetings are scheduled for August the 5th, committee meeting, August the 5th, committee of the whole meeting at 4, August the 19th, regular meeting at 4, August 21st, 26th, special meeting, that's our board retreat at 9 a.m. The meetings will be held here at HCC Administration Building, 3100 Main Street, and will be posted according to the Open Meetings Act requirements. This concludes the share report. We'll now hear from Dr. Ford Fisher with the Chancellor's report.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, and I also thank Qualcomm for their generosity and their support. So, this has really been an exciting month. I would like to make reference to an event that occurred, though, last month that was really, for us, very important, the Texas Co-Requisite Conference. HCC hosted the Texas Co-Requisite Conference at the West Houston Institute, May 18th through 19th. This was sponsored by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and Florida State University, as well as HCC. The event drew more than 350 participants from over 50 institutions and featured 30-plus breakout sessions. The conference advanced student success under the theme, Teach Local, Think Global, Expanding Student Horizons Through Co-Requisite Education. Featured speakers included Dr. Wynn Rosser, the Coordinating Board Commissioner, Dr. Charles Clark, athlete and best-selling author who spoke on thriving and success. And I want to extend my appreciation to Dr. Desmond Lewis, Associate Vice Chancellor of College Readiness, and the instructional and student services teams under Dr. Perez's leadership for their outstanding dedication in helping to make this conference a great success, and it was. Then, of course, on May the 29th, HCC welcomed Vaughn Watney, Interpol's Global Chief Information Security Officer, to the West Houston or West Loop campus for the Global Careers in Cybersecurity Summit. The summit provided students and faculty with direct access to international expertise in cybercrime, information security, and emerging technology careers. The summit reinforced HCC's commitment to preparing students for high-demand cybersecurity careers through global industry engagement, real-world insight, and workforce-focused learning opportunities. This summit was led by Dr. Michael Webster and members of the Southwest College Digital Information Technology and Cybersecurity team. So with respect to the HCC Dynamo Field to Your Future experience, on June the 4th, HCC partnered with Houston Dynamo to host From the Field to Your Future, connecting students and families with educational programs, career pathways, and hands-on opportunities. As Trustee Reichard indicated, this was a marvelous event that Trustee Reichard and our chair, Trustee Laredo, were present at with over 1,000 students. This was held at Shell Energy Stadium. The event highlighted how partnerships like this inspire students, engage the community, and strengthen HCC's workforce mission. Dr. Rima Adil and members of the communications and marketing team were present as well. They organized and planned the event that resulted in a great outcome for HCC, and thank you so very, very much. HCC plus Space Center Houston Partnership MOU signing. On June the 9th, HCC signed a memorandum of understanding with Space Center Houston to connect classroom learning to aerospace careers, strengthen the regional talent pipeline, and align education, workforce, and industry priorities. So together we will expand workforce pathways and stackable credentials, grow experiential learning and STEM programs, and pursue joint research and grant opportunities in alignment with the Texas Space Commission. Now, this partnership broadens access to high-demand STEM careers and reinforces HCC's leadership in aerospace workforce innovation. And I want to, again, thank Dr. Michael Webster, president of HCC Southwest, and Dr. Zachary Hodges, president of HCC Northwest. This MOU was made possible through their collaborative support, and thank you very much for that. So with Bloomberg Philanthropies investment, this is really outstanding. $17 million workforce initiative. HCC has been selected for a $17 million investment from Bloomberg Philanthropies, part of a $90 million national effort. These funds launch Gulf Coast trade-up careers focused on skilled trades and apprenticeships. Over 3 years, HCC will serve more than 1,350 students, preparing them for high-paying, in-demand careers alongside our collaborating partners. Yes. I would like to thank Dr. Christina Tobin, Interim Associate Vice Chancellor of Work-Based Learning, Industry Partnerships, and Innovation, the HCC Foundation, Communications, and all who contributed to this effort for their support, partnerships, and commitment in bringing this opportunity to fruition. And I'd like for them to please stand and be recognized. Will Horton was mentioned as well, Dr. Ms. Karen Schmidt. Thank you all so very, very much for the great work. Now for the enrollment update and student success outcomes. At this time, I would like to invite Dr. Andrea Burridge, Vice Chancellor, Strategic Planning and Institutional Effectiveness, to the podium to provide an enrollment and student success update. Dr. Burridge.
Thank you, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and members of the board. Continuing the momentum, we will highlight HCC's enrollment growth. The graph depicts HCC's enrollment trajectory over the last 6 years, with end-of-term enrollments from 2020 to 2025 and the current enrollment for 2026. Enrollment losses during the pandemic are shaded in gray. HCC's enrollment has increased steadily and now surpasses 2020, our last pre-pandemic year, in both total enrollment and credit enrollment. Our 2026 enrollment will continue to increase throughout the summer. And as you might guess from the prior graph, we continue to be up for our summer enrollment. We have increased at 3% compared to last year overall for summer. Our credit enrollment, which is the houses our credentials of value, is up 7.9%, whereas the quarter 3 CEU enrollment is down 21%. Our dual credit enrollment is up 20.9%. Our fall enrollment is up as well, at this point 6.5% versus 2025. Credit enrollment is up 5.4%, and both dual credit and continuing education enrollment are showing gains in the early numbers. Okay, I'll move now to student success. One of the goals set by the trustees for the institution is to increase student success in developmental coursework. This is primarily the prerequisite. Many students enter HCC not ready for college-level coursework. Developmental coursework helps students develop these skills often at the same time that they enroll in college-level courses. This includes HCC's ESOL intensive English program, developmental reading and writing, and developmental mathematics. I'd like to recognize Dr. Desmond Lewis, AVC of College Readiness, and his faculty and staff for their work. As depicted in the graph, student success rates in these programs show steady improvement with notable gains in developmental mathematics. Faculty have made significant efforts to drive these outcomes, supported by coordinating board success grants, ongoing monthly professional development sessions, integration of virtual reality tools, developmental pacing guides, and the implementation of personalized prerequisite action plans designed to provide targeted, timely interventions to students who may need it. And again, I would like to recognize the faculty who have put so much into helping our students and improving these success rates.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burridge. And we thank the board also for supporting us in providing all of the funding necessary to support our students and the outcomes that they're able to achieve with the shepherding of the members of our team. So once again, we go now to the Faculty Senate report. Dr. Nathan Smith, who is, pardon me?
Can I break in and ask just one quick question?
Certainly.
And so to Dr. Burridge's presentation, that enrollment number for this year was tantalizingly close to an incredibly important mental milestone. And I'm curious, how much upward flex do we potentially have? Like, is it still in the cards that we could hit 100,000 students
Yes,
in
it is.
academic year 26?
Yes.
Last year, we added several thousand students at this point.
Saying there's still a chance.
So at this point, I am always hesitant to project too far upward, but at this point, I would be surprised if we don't hit that 100K.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
I would like to respond to that as well. A new initiative that we have underway, and I'm going to ask Dr. Perez to come to the podium and address that, please. Dr. Perez, with our Summer Institute for Workforce Development Training, focusing on the credentials of value to help our faculty members to support all of those persons within our communities who are interested in coming to us to get a credential, and that begins in July. Please, Dr. Perez.
Yes, under the leadership of Dr. Ford Fisher, she asked that the presidents and the district work to put together a program that would begin July the 6th, and it would focus on the short-term training programs that we have offered and present those courses in a 8-week time period. So we're looking at offering specific short-term training programs beginning with Monday, July the 6th. They would be taught for 4 hours a day for 5 days a week so that we can get sufficient hours in, with the idea that they will be able to complete our short-term certificates at up to 160 contact hours. So we're working now on the website. Residents have identified the programs that we're going to be offering, and we're getting ready to do the marketing for that as well. So it'll be offered throughout the colleges at all of our locations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Perez. Sure. Thank you, team. Great. So with that, Madam Chair, Dr. Smith, please, the Faculty Senate report.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher, Chair Laredo, the Board of Trustees. This is my final report to the board as President of the Faculty Senate. And in August, I'll introduce our new president, Dr. Mia Taylor, and hand the reins over to a new Senate. I am grateful for my time in this position and exceptionally grateful for the work we did to preserve the role of the Senate in shared governance at HCC. I'm also satisfied with many of the changes we've implemented this year to comply with the law and also improve and standardize the operation of the Senate. In this final report, I wanted to offer some general reflections from my time as Senate President. Today the board will consider a budget as a result of some hard-fought processes of planning for the future. There are challenges to our budgetary outlook, but I think these challenges are typical and manageable. I want to suggest that our biggest challenge now and in the future is in the prospect of losing relevance. And I submit to you that we begin to lose relevance when we embrace a transactional view of education. We reinforce a transactional view of education when we think about our students as customers and when we evaluate programs based on their return on investment. This framework treats the degree as a product that is exchanged for tuition and time and can be traded for future wage gains and opportunities. The more we adopt this way of thinking, the more we invite replacements and the more we stray from our core mission. From another lens, the frustration faculty and to some extent students feel about artificial intelligence is not a Luddite's rejection of new technology. It is in large part a rejection of the idea that the purpose of a college class is to produce a body of work in exchange for a grade. Students who use AI to complete their assignments are making economically rational decisions. After all, if the goal is just to get a grade and move on to a degree, then it's responsible to do that more economically, save time. But this way of thinking misses out on the core purpose. Just as when industry leaders ask us to train the next generation of the workforce and then complain that their new workers lack soft skills and critical thinking,
So we will find that our students who've learned to game the system with the use of AI will be unprepared to think, adapt, and grow in the new economy. The reason none of this works is because education is not a product that can be exchanged in a market. Education is a process of personal transformation and growth. Just as my gym membership doesn't ensure that I'm fit and healthy, and it would be absurd for me to bring a forklift to the weight room, education requires work. It requires personal investment and sustained support from a teacher. Soft skills and critical thinking are not demonstrated attributes of some specific assessment or badge. They're a byproduct of growth and personal transformation. That's our business. We provide a space for the next generation of Houstonians to become better people, live richer lives, and contribute to the future, not because they've learned some specific skill or the capacity to generate work products of sufficient quality, but because they've become different people. Educated, thoughtful, responsible people. This is the measure of student success, and we must keep it at the forefront of everything we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Words of wisdom, and we appreciate your service on the Chancellor's Executive Council and for your service as Faculty Senate President as well. Thank you so much. Now we will go to... Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. So at this time, we'd like to invite the Staff Senate President, Ms. Morgan Yett, to come forward and make the Staff Senate report.
Greetings, Madam Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. The Staff Senate has been very active over the past few months, hosting our general body meetings, committee meetings, and campus events. Looking ahead, we remain committed to supporting our colleagues and our community with other engagement opportunities. On May 14th, we had a Wellness and Community Outreach Committee host a campus walk over at Central Campus to promote health and wellness for our staff members. Weeks leading up to that walk and the day of, the committee organized a toiletry collection to benefit a local nonprofit organization to give back to our community. And this past Monday, we were able to donate those items. Recognizing that gas prices and living expenses have become a significant concern for our employees, the Staff Senate is actively reviewing staff emergency fund applications to give financial assistance to staff members that are in need. And we also have planned fundraising initiatives to replenish those emergency funds. And with the help of the HCC Foundation, they will serve as a vendor for us at our upcoming staff conference. Speaking of our staff conference, we are really excited for our third annual staff conference. This year's conference will take place on June 26th over at West Houston Institute from 8 a.m. to 4, and it will be a full day of professional development opportunities for our staff, and we are currently sold out. We are grateful for the overwhelming response from our staff that are really interested in joining us on that day, and because of the response, we've had to create a wait list. This year, we have utilized all internal talent. Our keynote speaker, as well as our breakout sessions, will be led by internal instructors, staff members. And the theme this year is the city experience: impact, care, wellness, and connection. And our core message is together, we build a stronger city, one student, one connection, one act of care at a time. And this celebrates our collective impact and reinforces that each staff member plays a vital role in shaping the student experience. And together we are much stronger. Next, we will host our general body meeting where we will engage with our staff and address any concerns and any ideas, and that will be July 31st here at the district. And we sincerely appreciate the continued support from our leadership as well as you, the board. And thank you for allowing us to serve our staff here at HCC and highlight them. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yett. Thank you so much. And Madam Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. And we thank the team for reporting to us monthly. It's always great to hear from y'all, so thank you. At this time, I'm going to use a point of privilege that taking the agenda out of the order and move to the consent agenda. So we're going to start with the consent agenda, then I'll move to the hearing of the citizens after this, because we're going to go into closed session for that. So consent agenda, are there any items that will be pulled from the consent agenda to be set aside for discussion? Okay. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved in second. We're now ready to vote on the consent agenda. Voting is now open.
Sharon, my vote is yes.
Received.
I vote yes.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees.
Madam Chair, if I may take a moment of privilege, we had a number of donations included in the consent agenda. I'd like to recognize the generosity of our donors. Those this month are Butler Business Products, Eric Greutzner, Frito-Lay, Kevin Simchek, Neuromaker, NordVPN, NVIDIA, Tranches Global Management, and Vectory.io. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The following person has signed up to appear before the board and requested to speak in closed session. Jessica Bernal. We appreciate concerns raised during the hearing of citizens portion of the meeting. If the matters you raised are not included on the board agenda, state law, specifically the Texas Open Meetings Act, prohibits the board from discussing or acting on these issues at this board meeting. The comments provided will be taken into consideration. Thank you. So, yes? Okay. Person's here? She's requested closed. Okay. So the person has requested. So at this time, we will go into closed session. The board will adjourn to a closed executive session under the Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and/or 551.076 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in closed session, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in the open meeting of a subsequent public meeting of the board upon notice thereof. This meeting is hereby adjourned to executive session at
4:48 p.m.
Thank you. And for those of you on joining us video conference, remember to disconnect from the opening and join us in close. And to those of you in the audience, we will be back. We haven't finished the agenda. So we're just a pause. Thank you. A pause for the cause. The open portion of this meeting of the Board of Trustees of Houston City College System is now reconvened at
5:20 p.m.
Thank you. Before we do our topics for discussion and/or action, I just wanted to go over what we approved at the consent agenda. There were 17 items that we approved, and so real quickly, I'm just going to let you know, even though they're in the book. Accepted of donated items, information technology, Bachelor of Applied Technology, Early Childhood Education and Teaching, Bachelor of Applied, Project Management, Bachelor of Applied Science, Radiation Therapy, Associate of Applied Science, Radiation Therapy Advanced Technical Certificate, Cancer Data Management Advanced Technical Certificate, Kitchen and Bath Design CT2 Deactivation, approval of the unrestricted operating budget for fiscal year 26-27, approval of restricted budget for fiscal year 26-27, approval of the auxiliary budget for fiscal year 26-27, approval of capital and technology plan budget for fiscal year 26-27, our monthly investment report, financial statement, and approval of fiscal year 26 budget amendment number 1, approval of fiscal year 2026 budget amendment number 2, adopt the board's self-assessment instrument for year 25-26, really it should be 26-27, adopt chancellor's performance evaluation. So all of these items the board approved as a consent agenda. So thank you very much. Board. Yes. That was our goal, okay? That was our kicking goal. Okay. So now we have topics for discussion on our and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, sole source contract award for fiscal year 27?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation to authorize the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts with various sole source suppliers for items and services that are a part of the fiscal year 2027 budget. And with your approval, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. McCracken.
Thank you, Chancellor. So these are items, this item and the next one are items that we normally brought to the board in August. Last year, there was a request that we bring these earlier, so we accelerated this to bring them in June instead. The sole source contract awards, these are the sole source awards that exceed the Chancellor's $100,000 signature authority. The items on this include things like parking, primarily over at Coleman Texas Medical Center, where we have to pay to be as part of the Texas Medical Center placement testing that we're required to use. And then the HCC testing also for the Coleman Center. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Okay. Seeing none, then we're ready to vote on the sole source contract awards for fiscal year 27.
Sharon, my answer is yes.
Received. Yes. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Thank you, trustees. Item B, cooperative contract awards for fiscal year 27.
Second.
Thank you. It had been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is to recommend for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to negotiate and execute contracts available through cooperative purchasing program using various suppliers for items and services. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you. So these are items that collectively exceed the Chancellor's signature authority of $500,000. The bulk of these are IT items. These are in the operating budget and the capital and technology budget that was approved earlier this evening. And so these are the contracts that lead into those numbers, And so there's a listing here in it. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Sheben.
Madam Chair?
Just a minute. Trustee Sheben.
Yeah, so I think we talk about this every year. The technology replacement plan, so I know we need to replace a lot of our IT kit. I'm personally still not convinced that the cooperative purchasing arrangements give us the best price. And I'm curious, when will we be in a position to competitively bid some of the scope to ensure that we're getting the best price through the co-op program?
I'll invite Barry and Dietrich von Biedenfeld up as while I filibuster for a second. The portion of it is we are actually going through multiple cooperatives, and so we're comparing pricing between the different cooperatives. So as we go between those, we're at least seeing if the pricing between those to pick the best one. And so that's why you don't see a particular cooperative listed. So that's part of the way that we competed to get the best price. In terms of if we would do our own solicitation to get a better price, hopefully they've arrived by now.
Good evening, Chancellor, members of the board. Thank you. Of course, we do compete the pricing among the cooperatives, as Vice Chancellor McCracken mentioned. And within that, a lot of times they will have aggregate pricing. So one of the reasons that we'll utilize DIR, for example, is they're competing across a much larger volume, and therefore the unit prices that we're able to compete are generally much lower than as an individual entity we might be able to receive. But of course, then we have to go in and separately negotiate specific aspects of the scope of work because we're not a municipality, we're not a local government. And then, of course, we'll see among those cooperatives, the administrative fees may vary depending on those cooperative arrangements. And so we do compete among the cooperative arrangements to try to get that best value.
No, so I appreciate that. I think one trustee's perspective, I would personally like to see us at some point do RFPs on some of these, really just to test the market. If we put an RFP out and the pricing is not competitive with the co-ops, A, we don't have to move forward with it, and B, you can tell us I told you so. But I think it's still worth making sure that we're getting the most bang for our buck by really making sure that the co-ops are delivering the promise that they're intended to. So I'm just not sold. So
thank you.
I mean, I'm not going to vote against this, but I'm still just not sold philosophically. So
Thank you. Trustee Vanderbilt, Talworth.
We approved a 10 million ERP, 10 million for our ERP, correct?
Correct.
Correct, but you did not
Yes.
approve a particular contractor vendor, correct?
Okay, we did not. And so I'm looking at, and I do have to agree with Trustee Cheatham, sometimes you have to test the waters to make sure that at least what you're getting is applicable to what we need and also in line with what our competitors receive, because sometimes those two things don't line up. So the Oracle, I'm looking at Oracle Taleo, which is a 3-year quote for 27, 28, and 29.
Correct?
Is that what we're agreeing to do? 3 years?
We're doing 3 years, yes.
And so this is, Oracle is part of our current ERP, correct?
It is. So this is for the Taleo, which is on your HR side. And so that would take you through the next 3 years, which would be about the time that if we issue the solicitation, do the RFP, get the approval from the board this fall, and you look at the timeline, that would give us about 6 to 9 months of overlap.
So we will not be going through this entire 3 years. Somewhere in this, we will, once we choose an ERP, this will change? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, what I'm saying is that the actual Oracle Taleo is $130,000 for 3 years. So that is, $43,000 a year? And so potentially that last half of a year, that may be a duplicate expense of 20 some thousand, but we are getting by doing the 3 year on a lot of these, we get the better pricing. It would, I can't tell you for sure that it would be the difference of the 21,000, but it should be pretty close.
And this supercluster hardware and software, are you anticipating that this hardware, software, along with the WebLogic server, the data guard, all of this will somehow be applicable for use should we choose a different ERP?
So as far as the supercluster is concerned, you have to look at that. So as far as the supercluster is concerned, we're actually going to be moving PeopleSoft to the cloud, and those funds will end up being used for that move. Part of it will be used for the move, and some of it will be used for sustaining the maintenance part of that move when we first make that move. The supercluster is beyond end of life, so we have to move off the supercluster one way or the other. But this is the budget we got from Oracle at this moment. But our plan is to move it off to the cloud.
I've done quite, Madam Chair, this is an issue. This is an issue. Because this is an issue. This particular purchase is a very real issue. The assumption that moving PeopleSoft to the cloud will somehow resolve some of these issues that we're facing, with the understanding that PeopleSoft being moved to the cloud from other sources and from other institutions that have utilized it has not gone well. So this is a decision made before the ERP decision is made. This is not a good move.
Madam Chair, I agree.
I need to say that. I need to say that because it seems as if this was being run parallel with what the board understood them to be doing, and now there's a decision that's been made, even though we've made an ERP decision that's not been made yet. We just made a fiscal decision. This is not even the cart before the horse.
Thank you.
This is a problem.
Okay, thank you. So, and
Madam Chair,
in voting for this, can we pull this item for further discussion, just that, pull that Oracle
The
out?
supercluster piece?
We need to.
We need to replace the supercluster one way or the other. So it's either going to be hardware on premise or it's going to be moved to the cloud. You
but I
cannot
think the
continue another
question-
year with this current supercluster.
The question is that we're approving for 3 years, and we're just saying that we're going to do another, that we're going to go through.
No. Just the Taleo piece was the 3 years. The Taleo piece is the one that specifies 27, 28, and 29. That's 130,000 of the 1.7 million. The other items are annual amounts. So these are all just annual amounts. And Trustee Stallworth is correct that we are running parallel because we're continuing to run the existing systems for a period of time until you do a transition to whatever other system. So this is really to keep those systems for the current year.
Thank you. Trustee Demes.
So for me,
For
it's
the current
important
year
that we look at the other systems that are out there and that other colleges are using so that it's cloud-based, right? Now that you've explained it, that it's, it's yearly, it's annually, and we're still going through that process of reviewing other vendors that are out there that are very successful in other colleges. There's several. For me, it's really important that we look at all of that. So I'm okay with that. If it's a 1 year, because we have to.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to move. But but for me to say that we're stuck with PeopleSoft is not what I want to hear.
Question, if we were to kick the can down the road on the supercluster funding until August, how big of an impact would that have on your plans?
So if we kick it down till August, right now we're negotiating with Oracle. We are at end of life. So they don't even want to cover us at the moment, but they're going to cover us knowing that we're going to move PeopleSoft off the supercluster, so they will cover us for a period of time, probably until February, because it takes about a 3 to 4 month period to make that move. So we've already done that negotiation, and that part is okay. You could wait till August, but we're actually in the process right now of looking at getting a contract secured so that if we get, when we decide on the ERP, we'll know where to go with the supercluster and make that move as soon as we can.
Madam Chair.
Just a minute. Does that answer your
So
question?
you saw my noodling face. So we're not going to make a decision on the ERP before August, though.
No.
So we won't move forward with the execution of the supercluster solution until after that. Did I hear you correctly, that that's the case?
That's potentially, I mean, one way or the other, we have to move off of it because Campus Solutions, which is our student system, runs on the supercluster, so we need to move that off of the supercluster. And that's going to be around for probably the next 3 or 4 or 5 years before we can actually transition to a new ERP for the student side of things. So we definitely have to make that move. The supercluster is way beyond its lifespan. It ended a year or two ago, and Oracle is trying to put an end to it. And they really want the end of this August, but we've been negotiating with them.
And just one more follow-up question. Sorry, Trustee Vanderbilt-Stallworth. So this investment in the supercluster, I know there's the first, when we talked about this last meeting, the first wave of the ERP is not focused on the student portion of it. And the student portion will extend out probably to the end of the decade, if not longer. So this investment in the supercluster would serve us for that long. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so this is not just a one-year thing that we'd have to pivot on. This is a 5-ish year investment on something that we won't really be able to change. Am I characterizing that appropriately?
Well, if we move to the cloud, we'd have better, because we could then reduce the costs as we go. So as we start moving applications off of the cloud, our costs will decline. Okay. If we purchase the hardware and put it locally, then our costs stay stagnant. Okay. So the best way to do is to move to the cloud. One, it gives us some security, plus we can then decrease our cost year after year by moving certain applications off of it.
I'm confused.
But to be clear, this amount is for 1 year.
Madam Chair.
Wait.
I think this is going to have to be, from what I know and what I've researched, this cannot be discussed in public session for security reasons. And I am going to have to ask that this not be included in this cooperative contract award list for some very serious reasons that I absolutely know and I can prove. And I think we're going to have a closed session hearing about this before we make a move to Oracle, for Oracle to be moved to the cloud. These are not concerns. These are actually actions.
So are you willing to do an amendment, Trustee Vanderbilt, on that one?
I am willing to do amendment. Okay. For this Oracle piece, I'm willing to do amendment. So how can I state this amendment so that the rest of these things go forward? But which part of this Oracle piece that we absolutely need now? Because this 5 to 10 year thing.
In the end,
No.
Madam Chair, in the end, it's the ERP and following that process. And what we want to do is we're buying time for that process to play out, correct?
Yes and no.
It doesn't sound that way per the question that Trustee Sheehan asked.
Yes.
I cannot.
Yes.
Yes.
Agreement in its entirety? Okay, so that would be the amendment, to remove this from the list and approve the remainder of the contracts proposed.
Noted.
But we need someone to make the
So, Madam
amendment.
Chair, I will make the amendment that we remove the Oracle $1.7 million portion from the cooperative contract award list.
Second.
Pending a closed session review.
Okay.
I second, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So before,
Unless there's any discussion on the amendment.
I've got one question on the amendment.
Okay.
So we had talked specifically about the supercluster funding before this. Now the amendment envisions all $1.7 million being pulled and postponed. Is there any big negative impact from your perspective on pulling the full $1.7 million and discussing it in August? Like, is there anything in that long list that would break in that interim couple of months?
Well, we're covered through our contract till the end of August.
Okay.
So we definitely need a decision by August so that we can execute a contract in September.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So now we're going to, everybody clear? Crystal clear?
Yep.
Trustee Wilson?
We're just voting on the amendment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and will we come back,
Amendment was to
will we
pull
come back
out
and have an
Oracle.
opportunity to speak about the original item?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. We're ready to vote on the amendment. To
Sharon,
pull
my
the
vote is
Oracle
yes.
portion.
If I could read back the motion.
Yes.
Motion is to amend to remove Oracle agreement for 1.7 million from the contract cooperative award list.
That's correct.
And we're ready to vote?
And we're ready to vote.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7 in favor, 1 opposing.
Okay. Now go back to item B, the cooperative contract award for fiscal year. So we're in discussion. So you had a question? Trustee Wilson?
Yes, Madam Chair. You know, I listened to the president of the Senate faculty very carefully, and I take to heart what he said about how we aren't just a business here, but when you have items like this on the agenda to vote on, I would like to, you know, it's not clear in my mind how we approach these type of things. That's more of just a philosophical statement. It's which I hope to have a discussion with them at a later time about that.
Thank you. Thank you for your words. Okay, so we're now ready to vote on item B, cooperative contract awards for fiscal year 27. Voting is now open.
And we're voting as amended.
Yes.
As amended. Yeah, that's what you were missing. Yeah.
Right, as amended.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
My vote
as
is yes, Sharon.
Received.
As amended. Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item C, authorize execution of choice partners contracts with E-Contractors USA LLC, request for quote 26.04-04?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with E-Contractors USA LLC under Choice Partners to provide general construction and build-out services for the fifth floor shell space Coleman Health Science Tower in accordance with requests for quote 26-04 cooperative. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you.
Ms. McCracken.
This item and the next one are related to the Coleman Tower build-out of the fifth floor. There are two contracts that we need to start earlier than the others because they are heavily involved in either pulling permits and or in getting the long lead time items ordered so that we can be open for classes come spring semester. The first one is for the general contractor. This is a contract with E-Contractors USA. Base bid is $950,000, and then we have a contingency of $95,000 in that for a not-to-exceed total of $1,045,000. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, trustees? Okay. We say we build it, make sure you fill it. So, yes.
Just my eternal question on all things Coleman with this build-out, do these two contracts keep us on schedule?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can we combine both?
I'm sorry?
Can we combine both since they're the same? No?
No, they're
Okay.
two different vendors, two
Companies?
different services.
Okay. All right. So let's vote on item C. We'll now vote on item C, authorize execution of Choice Partners contract with E-Contractors.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received.
Yes for me, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item D, authorize execution of by-board contract with American Mechanical Services of Houston, LLC, AMS, request for quote 26-03?
Second.
Has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a contract with the American Mechanical Holdings Incorporated, DBA, America Mechanical Service of Houston, LLC, to provide HVAC mechanical installation services for the build-out of the fifth floor shell space, Coleman Health Sciences, in accordance with request for quote 26-03 cooperative. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will respond to questions.
Thank you. And this is for the HVAC mechanical contractor. The contract amount is $1 million base bid with a $100,000 contingency. It's a not to exceed of $1,100,000. Would be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? My only concern is that I know I hear the word HVAC, and I know that we had some other areas that needed HVAC put in, so I hope that we've caught up with those projects before we move on to this one.
We continue to catch up.
Okay, thank you. I like that. Thank you. So we're ready to vote on item D.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E, sole source contract award advanced manufacturing robot trainers, KUKA?
So moved.
Has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration to authorize the Chancellor to execute a sole source contract with KUKA Robotics Corporation to provide 5 KUKA education robotics cells in support of HCC's Advancing Manufacturing Center of Excellence. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken, and President Webster will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. McCracken.
Thank you. This item and the next one are both related to the expansion of the Advanced Manufacturing Program at Stafford Campus in the Southwest in support of the Tesla program as well as other students. The first one is a sole source award for 5 KUKA education robotic cells for a total not to exceed of $220,000. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? No? See. Yes, Trustee Wilson.
This is under 500.
This is a sole source, so the signature authority for a sole source is $100,000. The next one is a cooperative where it's a $500,000.
Thank you. We're now ready to vote on item E, sole source contract award advanced manufacturing robot training, KUKA.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Is there a motion to approve item F, cooperative contract award advanced manufacturing robot trainers, FANUC?
So moved.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to authorize the Chancellor to execute a cooperative contract with Technical Laboratory Systems Incorporated under the Interlocal Purchasing System contract number 260105 to provide 5 FANUC paint robots in support of HCC's Advanced Manufacturing Center of Excellence. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will respond to questions.
Thank you. And just the only thing to add to what the Chancellor just said is the total contract value is not to exceed $750,000, and would be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? My desire is for that this type of program go to all the colleges. And on that note, I also want to congratulate Waltrip High School, my nephew, and thank you for some of you that have donated to the robotics program. They are now going to Canada to compete in their World Robotics Underwater Program. So those are kids that have been training, so we wish them well. They can't do it without the money, they still need money. Excuse me?
They do. Madam Chair, can we add to that? Because we have a Urban STEM, which offers 9 competition-level robotics challenges, and they often are offered space by our presidents. Dr. Vilia Glover, thank you for that. Dr. Michael Webster, thank you for that. Those challenges allow our students, our dual credit early college high school students, to become extremely competitive. So we are really doing well in terms of robotics competitions. So thank you, Urban STEM, and thank you to our presidents, even Central College president, for supporting this program. It's very valuable for our dual credit early college high school students.
Yes, thank you. We're now ready to vote on item F. Cooperative Contract Award Advanced Manufacturing Robot Trainers, FANUC.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve item G, full-time faculty academic year contract renewals?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is a recommendation for your consideration to approve the renewal of the full-time faculty contracts for academic year 2026-2027. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Chief Human Resource Officer Rodney Nathan will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. Nathan.
Thank you, Chancellor Ford Fisher. Trustees, for your approval, our renewal of full-time faculty contracts covering 9-month, 10.5, and 12-month. You have a pretty long list in front of you. It's 774 full-time faculty members. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? I was going to ask you the number, so I'm glad you told me. So thank you. Yes, we need them, so thank you. We're now ready to vote. Item G, full-time faculty academic year contract renewals.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Thank you. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Woo-hoo. We scored another goal. Okay, is there a motion to approve item H, approval of resolution regarding the Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers Program?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation item for your consideration to authorize the resolution authorizing, once again, the launch of the Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers and authorizing the Chancellor to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Houston City College Foundation and to take related actions necessary to implement the Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers program. And with your permission, Madam Chair, General Counsel Montgomery and Foundation member, Ms. Schmidt, and Dr. Christina Tobin, who will be the lead in this effort, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chancellor. And Madam Chair and Trustees, approval of this item will enable HCC, in collaboration with the HCC Foundation, to launch the Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers Program through a $17 million investment with Bloomberg Philanthropies as part of its $90 million National Skilled Trade Initiative. And I have Dr. Christina Tobin, who is the lead for this initiative, to speak to the board.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
It's an honor
evening.
to be here. Thank you. Well, we are thrilled to have this initiative, and we are thrilled to be one of the cities selected for Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers. As a result of this initiative, I will say we are getting so many organizations contacting us, wanting to be partners in this initiative, in addition to other employers and foundations saying, hey, how do we join on this initiative? So as Ms. Montgomery mentioned, this initiative will lead to 1,350 students attending HCC through our partnership with both HISD and ALEAF ISD. We will be connecting them to pre-apprenticeships while they're in school, and then upon graduation, they will roll into their apprenticeship program. And we do have currently 44 employer partners on board to sign up to hire these individuals. So it is going to be a process and a whole team effort, but we appreciate your support, the support of the board, the support of the chancellor and team, and our foundation for making this happen. And this is so crucial so that we can start getting these partners signed on board. Thank you.
I would like to add that this is absolutely phenomenal, and at the Greater Houston Partnership meeting on today, it was mentioned and of course applauded by the body that HCC had gotten the award out of so many others that had applied and competed, and that the response from Bloomberg is that this is the best presentation that they had ever heard. That the best presentation, and all of the members of the board applauded HCC, so that's wonderful. And I'd like to also add that there was a press conference that was held here last week as well, and Dr. Adil and members of the team did a magnificent job. This room was packed with partners and with members of the chamber, with representatives from business and industry. It was magnificent, and also representation from the Greater Houston Partnership, and there was a magnificent video that was prepared by HCC TV, Dr. Adil's leadership, and I'd like for you to please get that out to the board as well so that they will have a copy of that to review during their leisure. Thank you so very much to all of you. Thank you.
And I know that there was it Will from the
Yes, Will
foundation
Horton.
that we thanked, and stand up, and he did a lot of the work as well, so we thank you. Yeah, thank you. We had a great team, so again, we can't do it without a team, so thank you.
With that, we'll take any questions or...
Any questions? Yes, sir.
I've got one for Dr. Tobin. So first, congratulations. If an employer who's not in the roster of 44 wanted to get involved, how would they go about doing so?
Sure. They can go to hccs.edu/trade-up. They can fill out a form, or they can call me. We have our number on the website. Anyone on our team can support, but we would love to get them signed on. Greater Houston Partnership is our employer partner, so they will be helping to onboard those employers as well.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
The other question that some of the people that were present at the press conference wanted to know, how soon is this going to start?
Sure. We are waiting on the finalized contract. The email we got today said within the week. So once we get that contract, we're anticipating an August start. I will mention that we are already having meetings with all of our partners, doing all of that preliminary project work, so we can identify those students and have them ready to go starting August.
Thank you. And those that were present, and for those that were not, you know, it's like if you would have walked in the room and saw a cloud, a fog, it was all the brains that were moving and going, because everybody was just so excited. So thank you, thank you.
And just to clarify, that's a grant agreement that will go between Bloomberg Philanthropies and HCC Foundation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yes, so we're ready to vote on item G. Yes, sir.
Is this run through the restricted, since budgets are here, is this run through the restricted budget?
Yes, it will be part of the restricted budget that Mr. McCracken talked about earlier.
thank you.
This is item H, Madam Chair.
No, we're on item G. No.
Item H.
Where am I going? Oh, yeah, it's already passed.
Item H.
H, approval of resolution regarding the Gulf Coast Trade Up Careers Program. We're ready to vote on this item.
My vote is yes, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 7-0.
Congratulations. Thank you. We're now, item I, Facility Master's Plan Update. This is a report. So I know that it's been a very long meeting, but we do know that you worked so hard, you and your team. So do you have a report to give us that you can give it to us? I thought you had a handout, or maybe.
He does.
Okay.
I do. Can I start, or do I need to?
Go ahead and start.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. That's the last item, so we
So
saved the
go
best for the
slowly is
last.
what you're suggesting, right? Be very detailed. So we're going to run through this presentation very quickly for you and provide some additional information for you as well afterwards. But it's important just to kind of set a framework for this. And really when we're talking about, and we were talking earlier about budget, we've been talking about programmatic growth, we've been talking about students and access. Access to services and access to education is a really big deal for us. It's kind of what we do. And as part of that, we have a lot of campuses. We have 19 campuses. We have 76 buildings. We have 4.5 million square feet of space in those spaces. And so it's important that we not only maintain that space, that we plan for the use of that space, that we figure out how to best use that space to serve the students. But we have to take a look at the utilization of that space and balance that with the cost of maintaining it. And really project out into the future what that looks like. And so this is an initial report where we've gone through and collected a lot of data around those things to try to start bringing them together so that we can kind of lay out some strategic goals in terms of how we want to approach certain buildings, certain locations, certain pieces of property. Because ultimately this is going to help us make those long-term investment decisions around how we're caring for the assets that you put into our care. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jamie Flatt from Stantec. She has been doing just a tremendous amount of work going through the data. She's going to walk through the presentation with you, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Also, trustees, those of us that receive, I like hard copy, so I can see it. So it is in it's in our books as well. So it's online also. But thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. Thanks, everybody. Just to introduce myself, I appreciate the opportunity to present. I'm Jamie Flatt with Stantec, and I've been working with HCC on this update for the master plan. So I'll give a quick report in interest of everybody's time and attention this late in the day. So context, the last officially adopted master plan was in 2011. There was a detailed study done launched in 2020. While we were doing that study, COVID disrupted how how enrollment happened. So this exercise is updating that work to be more pertinent given the current and post-COVID enrollment trends, and provide direction per Mr. McCracken's introduction. So we started with this update started by looking at the current facility use. This is a map showing the existing system of facilities. The dots are the relative size and area available at those locations. Large system. Looking at the enrollment and understanding how the different ways that HCC is providing its educational services are used is one of the elements of this study. So this chart, it's an alluvial chart using a single set of information that is all of the individual course enrollments and showing them in various breakdowns. So on the left is academic group, that's academic versus workforce versus adult continuing ed. Career, is it a credit hour or continuing education? Unique course setting, that's Is it only offered on campus? Do you have to be in person? Is it something that is offered both online and in person? Or there's some specialty categories? And then the final bar on the right shows the actual physical location of the specific course. And what you can see there is that a lot of those courses or those enrollments are happening at the specific campuses, and a large number of enrollments are also happening online. This is the same information just in chart form. That one highlight is that a lot of the great work, only 48% of those specific course enrollments are in person and happening at a physical HCC location, which feels pertinent to long-term planning, recognizing that the work happens in more than just these facilities. This chart is showing rooms in use by campus. Each pair of bars represents a specific campus. And what this shows is that the reservable rooms are in use across the campus. You can see that, that the rooms that are available for coursework are being used during the academic year. This is academic year 2025. Just to be clear, that's fall of 2024, spring of 2025, summer of 2025. So that's the complete data set that was available for this study. We took that information and looked more specifically at each building. And so this is an example of the information. We reviewed this with the college presidents to allow them to validate that we are looking at real rooms. And what this chart shows is for 2 buildings at a sample campus, what we're seeing is that each pair of bars is an actual room that is available for utilization. And the dark blue bar is the room booked with a target of 100%. And then the lighter blue bar is how full are those seats. So if you reserve a room and use a room, but only 10% of the seats are filled, it's a lower proportion. So we're using this as a way to understand how the buildings are being used. And it's also a measure to indicate where there might be additional capacity for other use, or to illustrate that a particular facility doesn't seem to be serving purposes. So thinking about how to plan, you want to look at a long-term trend. This is as of the fall semester, the enrollment per campus, showing that disruption and the change in the fall of 2020 and the recovery. And what this helps us see is that in-person enrollment is recovering, but it's still well below the prior. So we use that as a way to help project what the physical space needs will be for each campus, using a model based on industry, academic planning industry standards. And this is showing each cluster of bars is a specific campus. Values to the left show a need, values to the right show a surplus. That means it seems to be, based on projections, looking forward to 2035, that there is space that won't be needed, that there is incremental space versus space that is not available. So the yellow is student support needs, and what this shows is that there are some opportunities to look at each campus, see the balance of space, and use this as a consistent, objective way to evaluate campuses against each other, as a way to start the conversation about what recommendations might be for long-term planning for those facilities. The specific recommendations that we're making per campus fall into these categories. A huge piece of this is prioritizing how the deferred maintenance dollars are spent, knowing that that is an ongoing cost for the institution, and looking for opportunities to focus resources where utilization is proving highest, to be sure that student experience is preserved in those spaces, and identifying facilities that may be strategic to consider investing less in. There may be, per the previous analysis, opportunities to convert space. So if there's too much of one kind of space, we might go to another. And then opportunities to think about other ways to strategically align partnerships in the use of facilities. So we're using a reference like this that takes that utilization, compares it to the condition index. allows for the campuses and specific buildings on the campuses to be mapped against that as a way to categorize the kinds of recommendations that we will make. And that's what we're going to be offering in the updated master plan.
Thank you.
And we're providing a hard copy of this for you that is, will be easier for you to read.
Thank you. And I know that she felt rushed, you know, and I apologize for that. So what I want to do is give you an opportunity to present again in our August meeting, and therefore we can look at it carefully and ask questions. So thank you for the presentation. Yes, sir.
One very quick request. The data that's summarized on slide 15 with the surpluses and the needs, if we could get a deep dive into the assumptions that went into that, that would be really helpful. Some of this, having a hard time squaring the circle. We don't need to talk about it now, but having the data so we could read it over the summer would be helpful.
We can do that.
Here.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair,
Yes.
this was a very good analogy of space use or lack of space use. But I'd like to know how the scheduling by the deans affects this space use. So we need something that shows us how the deans make the decisions concerning when and where classes will be. I think that would be helpful for me.
Okay, and we will give us your questions because, like I said, we're going to repeat this presentation in August. So we'll be ready for those. Yes, Chancellor?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to indicate that we are really well aware of where we are in terms of the space utilization. The presidents have been working together collaboratively to plan out the schedule for the fall term that will then increase the utilization of the classes at all of the campuses and the spaces that are available. We know that there is a need for more academic courses at all of our campus locations for a number of reasons. Number one, it is because the students who are enrolled in the associate's degree programs need academics to complete their workforce associate's degrees. We also know that there are students who are interested in transfer opportunities who want to also go to the campuses, but most of the academic courses were available online. So the students throughout our 9 trustee districts, with the exception of one college, the Northwest College, that had ample numbers of academic courses at their location, the other colleges did not have those academic courses for students to take without having to go online or without having to travel distances in order to take the courses that they need. We have methodically gone through the plans to look at how we expand our offerings in the alignment of programs, not just for academics, but also for workforce. So the space utilization chart has really been very reflective of where we are. But the work that the presidents and the members of their teams are now doing will be much more reflective of that growth in the use of the classroom space utilization as a result of the work that they're doing now, and that will be reflective this fall as well as in the spring, so that very good decisions can be made about the viability of the campuses and the spaces with respect to utilization. So I'd like to thank the presidents and members of the team, in addition to Dr. Perez and members of her team, for all of the great work that is being done to lead us to a much more robust college and campus in terms of the courses and the workforce programs that are available at all of the locations. Thank you for that.
And if you look at my notes, I had that I wanted the executive team to please stand, take a bow, because y'all worked so hard. Let's go, everybody. That's all of you. And the chancellor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I want to say, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of America, we want you to go out, celebrate. The trustees, this will be we take a break in July, so you won't see us till August. So we want to say happy summer Stay safe, love yourself, love your friends, love your community, and love your students. So thank you and have a great summer. With no
Madam
further.
Chair,
Go ahead. Yes, Trustee Wilson.
This report, I feel compelled to speak to I've seen quite a few facility plans before come through the college. And to me, number one, before we do that, we need to have that assessment. Where's the growth? Where do we have the students? If we put all that, we're kind of getting the cart before the horse here with this. And I distinctly remember putting all the money into A-Leaf Hayes and being promised there'd be 8,300 students out there. And that's never come true. And I guess what I'm saying, make it short, everybody wants to get out of here, but we need to do a lot of more thought into this, and I think there's some stuff we need to do preliminary before it, and going off just to build something to build it, which we can't fill up, and then we have a bunch of facilities that are underutilized. We can't be making those mistakes. This is a very competitive market, the education market, and we've got to start doing things that are very smart and very precise and move to where the students are with the programs they want. So just thanks for the report and that, but I think we're getting the cart before the horse on this. And we need to do a lot of thinking on this before we jump out there and do things that don't make sense in the long run for this school.
Thank you.
Thank you all for indulging me there.
With no further business coming before the board, this meeting of the HCC Board of Trustees is hereby adjourned at
6:17 p.m.